Yo, time is 5:08 p.m. I was reading this interesting, stupid poll one in bed. People not doing well in school these days, apparently. Haven't heard of this before. Holy lag, bro. Holy slow. That's so weird. I just searched these like 5 minutes ago. It's just really slow. I already read most of these comments. This guy says, he's met so many intelligent people wasting away on menial work. Lots of retards with heaps of degrees and stuff, credentials. It's not a meritocracy. That's pretty true. There aren't even like jobs available for people with a condition like I've got, with chronic fatigue syndrome, to like a certain degree. Like, some people can still work with it, but with it as bad as I've got it, you can't even get a job. You can't even get a menial job. Literally. Can't drive. You're on a really low income. Maybe I should log in so I can save the comments I like. Yeah, young people's education levels not being that good is kind of a problem. Because, yeah, as some of the commenters say, like, oh yeah, that's the point, because the capitalist, the ruling class doesn't want intelligent people. They want intelligent people who work for them in professional areas, but they don't actually want, you know, like, poor, intelligent people. It's got no drops in it. This is why they push, like, fucking hip-hop and all this bullshit, just hedonistic shit, onto the poor populations. So, so that they'll focus on that instead of anything else. Like agitating. It's 5 GB update, honestly. Don't need that. I said this right, yeah. Log in for more. What is this about anyway? I would read long texts like this, but I get really bad mental fatigue. I used to read big texts. Socialist music sucks, bro. Only the originals like the International are good. Move from a qualified to a credentialed society, from actual expertise to a certificate of finishing, has created a featureless and broadly interchangeable workforce dealing with mostly abstract data on a screen. That's true. Credentials instead of, like, qualifications. And those are, like, well-paying jobs, those ones, bro. Is there a reason why this doesn't work? Okay. It's just slow. I was on like a 40-day streak without even trying before, and then I lost that. Can they stop doing this shit? Like, can they stop banning kids from the internet? It's insane. Why are they doing this shit? They're gonna turn kids into a whole generation of retards who can't use the internet. Seriously. It's like last shopper out of Nam or something. Kids get really into something, and then the old boomer generation and Gen X and shit bans it. It's crazy. They're not offline, this guy says. And of course, what does it actually mean, aside from banning kids, which is something of course they want to do? It also means requiring IDs for adults. That's what it's done in Australia. They make you do adults and they make you do IDs and face scans and shit. It's crazy. That's true. Digital ID and mass surveillance Trojan horse. That's a fact. That's exactly what it is. Digital ID and mass surveillance. Who's playing? The Master Uruguay? Why is he called that? Isn't... Why is he called something else in game? That's weird. Why can you change your name? That's weird. He's gonna catch up to me, bro. Ooh, yeah. Such a long time. I've been waiting for a long time. Such a long time. I've been waiting for a long time. Why did they call it this, bro? Like, they went from being anti-Edpol to, like, just promoting another form of it. Normativeness is also another form of identity politics, you idiot. It's been taken over by right-wingers, largely. Unfortunately. A lot of right-wingers in the comments. Music's cut out. It's spelled it wrong. What's AIPAC? It's one of those. Is it the Jewish one? Is it the conservative one? No, it's the Israel one. Did I say Jewish or Israeli? I should have said Israeli. People just want change. Seriously. More than half of them want to go back. Yeah, well, people just want to change. It's what struggling countries do, and struggling people like me. I want change. Because it seems like anything would be better than the current situation. That's crazy. There's literally no advantage. That's what I think. They disadvantaged themselves while also not changing any of the issues within their own country. EU gave them a couple benefits. It's better than none. It is neoliberal decline, I do agree with that. I wonder if they've got any New Zealand posts. I think I've reached the end of my playlist. Oh. What the fuck is Ichthus? I'm tired. I only woke up like an hour ago. In this decadent stage of the dogma of individualism, people being reimagined as theoretically sovereign individuals, but who lack the power to actually determine anything important in their lives. That's true. Everything is your responsibility, yet your ability to actually change things or improve things is so limited unless you're wealthy. It's fucking bullshit. At the same time, you're sovereign while also having to follow all the laws and stuff, and yet you're restricted by, you know, the market and all of that. You lack the power to actually determine anything important in their lives. That's pretty true. It's got no comments. Let me just check how long it is. Ah, it's not that long. Yeah, this is so common. People think that Trump is the cause of all the issues, rather than just a symptom of them. And they won't identify what the actual issues are either. They think he's, oh, if we got rid of Trump, everything would fix itself. No, it wouldn't. It'll just be replaced by someone else. His vice president is like very similar to him. People really think that Trump is the cause of all the issues, and if they just replaced him with someone else, it'd be better. And it's like, no, it wouldn't. He's a symptom of other issues. The embodiment of late-stage capitalism's contradictions. Finance capitalism's contradictions. These are like synonymous with each other, right? Isn't finance capitalism the same as late stage? All the money is in fucking stocks and shit. That's the late stage, right? Is China in late stage, or are they in an in-between period? Because it doesn't seem as bad over there. Sometimes yes, but that seems like they have fucking competition and stuff in their market, at least. Like, it's not as, it doesn't seem like there are as many contradictions as there are in the West. Maybe workers aren't paid that well. There's a lot of inequality, but the average person has a lot of choice and can afford a lot of stuff. Like, housing's not too expensive. Whereas over here, it's like they're just crushing the poor. Crushing the average, crushing the poor. Only the elites do well. Like, only the elites think they're average as well. Like, people in the upper middle think they're like the average. This is true. I know that because I'm around people in the upper middle all the time. They think they're the average. And they're not. They think, you know, them with the degrees and the six-figure paying job is like average. It's absurd. And they don't understand that, like, there are heaps of people below them. And that's closer to the average than what they are. They think they're the average, but they're not. You know, and we have like TV series like Shortland Street and shit. And I don't think the people in those shows are like nurses, right? Most of the characters are nurses who aren't paid that well. They don't make six figures as far as I'm aware. But that's not like a main point of the show. And the main point of the show is like social drama. It's stupid. People think, oh yeah, I get paid relatively well, but everyone else is doing okay, right? No, they're not. How you think, like, it's just absurd. And they spend money on, like, stocks, and they spend money on all this stuff they don't really need. Self-improvement and shit, which is, like, you know, it's like way up there on the hierarchy of needs. Because they've got all the rest of their needs taken care of. They got food, they got shelter. They're like paid with surplus, so they've got like money left over. That's crazy. I've got nothing left over. I've only got savings because I used to have a bit left over because my rent wasn't too high. But now I'm eating into the savings. Idexical inversion. I have no idea what that is, bro. These people use complicated terms. Good that he explains it though. Aberration is like corruption. I don't know. Deviation from what is considered normal. Yeah, I agree with that. US facing structural decline has defaulted to chaos and disruption as its only remaining modus operandi, which is way of operating, way of functioning. Yeah, I kind of guessed. Trump does not govern like a traditional statesman with a coherent vision. Instead, he governs like a hedge fund manager. Okay. Logic is not the logic of a plan, but the logic of the hedge. A hedge fund does not need the market to go up or down. It needs the market to move unpredictably so that its carefully constructed portfolio of long and short positions can extract value from volatility. I think that's true. He seems to do a lot of bullshit that is based on getting the market to move certain ways. I think a lot of people know that, right? Like, it's like a common joke. Like, oh yeah, he's just said this shit, done this shit to get the market to move a certain way. Applies the same method to politics and foreign policy. He creates, volatility. Movements that oppose or support him are locked into a mirror dance until people break free from this reactive mirroring, start organizing around the material conditions that produce Trump. They will remain trapped in the same paranoid, schizoid machine, forever chasing a red herring while the real work of building an equitable system goes undone. Unlike the elites who profit from volatility, ordinary people have no hedge portfolio. Whether they live at the periphery, the rotten center of the empire, they bear the brunt of Washington's pursuit of hegemony through chaos. Like, these people think they're doing something by arguing with each other, and it's like beside the point. What's this? Audio. I used to be kind of good at writing. Now I can't really do it anymore. Sickness fucks you up. I was gonna say, how about its funding? Focus and objective, yeah, what about its funding? clearly not a color revolution. I mean, they're not actually revolutionary. They'd be fine if Kamala were in. Like, that's not a color revolution, really. Not really. It's not proper revolution. Destabilizing with their own government objectives. Foreign powers, right? Bro, my fucking community mental health worker guy is again not replying to me. It's been like a week again. He just stops replying to my messages for ages. Is this Post Malone? Rival factions of the elites. That's what New Zealand politics is. Literally, even the most, like, even the most workers-oriented parties, Greens on the left and New Zealand First on the right, they're known to be for the elites, by the elites, right? Winston Peters has been in politics for like 40 years or something. Seriously, he's like very established, elitist, pro-establishment person. He's not different. He's never has been. He's like a moderate at best. And the Greens are known to be a upper middle class, educated voters party. Rival factions within the same country's elite have long been leveraging social forces and popular mobilizations as weapons in their internal power struggles. Protests of this kind are not aimed at replacing the ruling system, but at shifting the balance of power among... This is what I said. It's not the same fucking... It's not like a revolution. Because the... You know how you know it's not a proper revolution? Because the people who protest at No Kings would be satisfied if Kamala were in. That's all they want, is a Democrat leading. That's literally all they're protesting for. They don't actually, like, care about the system at large. They just don't like the current leadership. That's literally it. Shifting the balance of power among competing elite groups. That's what they want. Like, they'd probably even be satisfied if they had, or many fewer protesters if it was someone other than Trump. Honestly. A lot of them just hate Trump. And then the rest of them just don't like the Republicans. I think very few people who protested no kings would be like upset with Kamala Harris leadership. Not aimed at replacing the ruling system, but at shifting the balance of power among competing elite groups. In the UK, they called it no tyrants. Because they like their king. Their king that sucks millions of dollars in tax out of the public accounts just to exist. To subsidize their living and all that. It's absurd. Why do the British love their royalty so much? And why does a country like New Zealand still have them as head of state? It's fucking stupid. This country should have been a republic years ago. It should have become a republic when it became independent. It's fucking stupid. British monarchy is awful. One faction organizes funds and directs a protest movement to pressure, discredit, or weaken its rival. The mobilized crowds become a kind of popular proxy. It is a proxy. Deployed by one segment of the establishment against each other. That's like what I said, right? Like, it's all pro-establishment. Both groups are actually pro-establishment. More or less. As in, neither actually critiquing the capitalist economic system. This is like the Greens and New Zealand First, or if we take ACT, which is the farthest right, both support a capitalist market economy. Just with more or less welfare, essentially. More or less welfare and subsidies and shit, and that's basically it. There are individuals within, you know, the Greens that are like, call themselves socialists and shit, but in practice, the party doesn't actually support that. In practice, the Greens is a social democracy party that supports capitalism with a large welfare state. Which isn't a solution. It's not a solution, is it? To the issues of capitalism, they think they can solve it by just, like, broadening welfare and paying people on welfare more. Which, I mean, that would be nice. It would be nice to get more. But it's also not going to solve any of the actual issues. Like, poor workers are still going to suffer. Same donor class. Obscures a fundamental difference. If color revolutions represent an outside-in assault on the political order, domestic elite tough wars are an inside-in assault. Okay. Both may feel and look like grassroots resistance, but their underlying logic and ultimate beneficiaries are radically different. Social forces can be demobilized according to the convenience of elite factions. Okay. Just as easily as they can be activated to create pressure, they can be quietly discouraged, diverted, or neutralized when their energy no longer serves a desired purpose. In the past, lobbies primarily focused their efforts on influencing political parties or elected officials. Large segments of the population have grown disaffected with electoral politics and party structures. Mass mobilization and additional labor to supplement the conventional democratic process. Professionalized protest movements offer another tool for elite factions seeking to achieve their goals outside the increasingly discredited. Okay. What appears as a popular conquest is in reality a restructuring of domination that preserves a substantial asymmetry of power relations. Process of molecular absorption. Through which the dominant class renews itself and produces the impression of change, where in reality there is only perpetuation of the existing order. Yeah. And that's what a lot of identity politics is. What do we call it? The impression of change with, in reality, it's just perpetuation of the existing order. That's why they do all this, you know, we focus on racism, we focus on LGBT, the trans issues. It looks like change when in reality the fundamentals dividing society and making people unequal don't change at all. That's what the elites fight over, and they fight over that stuff because it doesn't actually threaten their elite status. Doesn't threaten the elites' class positions. You would think that a party like the... Oh my god, fuck off. What's wrong with this thing? You'd think that a party like the Green Party would want more, like, free education, because most of their voters are educated, but I think it's possibly the thought that, oh, if we get more educated people, there'll be competition. They might get replaced by actually competent individuals, you know what I mean? Like, people might replace them and their party with, like, an actual competent organization. And so they don't actually want to do that. This is the thing. The political parties of the establishment don't actually want change. That's the reality. They're not radicals. They're not revolutionaries. They don't actually want change. What they actually want is, politicians are the elites, right? They get paid six figures. They have pretty comfortable jobs. Like, it's bad. Like, what do they actually do? Maybe they do a bit of policy, but the rest of it is like giving speeches and media interviews. Which anyone can be trained to do, as far as I'm aware. Most of them don't even do that stuff. That's like what the leadership does. And they actually get other people to write their speeches and stuff. It's like some of the least laboring, obvious people in society. They don't work very hard. Oh. They are not radicals. So they're not actually revolutionary or radicals. To be so would be traitorous to their class. Which is the elites. This is how capitalist elites manage to send crisis and the need for periodic modernization. One could say that passive revolutions and transformismo are the enablers of capitalist rule and the default reproductive logic of elite power once it has consolidated itself. You give people little things to keep them pacified or something. I don't know. In situations of intra-elite hegemonic competition, opposition movements are not merely neutralized. What's post factum? After the fact. Neutralized after the fact. They are actively weaponized in advance. The genuine anger and energy of the people are harnessed and directed by one elite faction against another, serving as instruments in a contest for dominance within the existing system. Right, that's how it works. And that's why I don't really take these stupid-ass protests seriously, because it's very obvious to see. They just support a slight variation of how things already are. It's fucking stupid. And you get, like, workers on each side fighting each other, arguing with each other, when they should be targeting the actual system itself. It's absurd. Like, clearly the problem is capitalism, but no one wants to do anything about that. They want to focus on pro-trans, anti-trans, pro-racism, anti-racism, foreigners and immigrants versus born population. I can't even think of any other ones. Like pro-China, anti-China, pro-Iran, anti-Iran, pro-West, anti-West. Shit's irrelevant. It's literally because it doesn't change the systems. It doesn't change the system of capitalism, does it? What we observe in this is quite a well-written article. What we observe in the phenomena such as the No Kings movement and symmetrically in MAGA is not a passive revolution in the classical sense. There is a key difference between after-the-fact dynamic, where elites respond to and neutralize an existing threat to their power, and ante-factum dynamic. Okay, maybe this is like specific terms from Gramsci, where elites proactively create and or support popular mobilization as a strategic instrument. strategic instrument to their internal power contest. Both movements, No Kings and MAGA, despite their apparent antagonism, function as complementary mechanisms through which rival elites vie for hegemony and neutralize popular discontent. Yeah, that's what it does, right? People think, oh, yeah, I protested, I don't need to complain anymore. Little proxies for the elites, right? It's an allowed protest. MAGA channels the rage of deindustrialized, downwardly mobile, working and middle-class Americans into a nationalist, protectionist agenda. No Kings, by contrast, absorbs legitimate outrage against authoritarian tendencies, executive overreach, and militarism into a liberal globalist agenda. It's important to point out that neither movement is a monolith. No Kings, for instance, is a coalition that features progressive groups that support the Democratic Party, but also anti-war organizations and Marxist collectives, each bringing a different ideological commitments and tactical preferences to the shared project of opposing the Trump administration. MAGA, too, is far from homogeneous. It is divided into distinct, often competing groups with different priorities, as internal tensions between pro-business elites and populist nationalists, libertarians and Christian conservatives, isolationists, and military hawks have shown. Okay. They tend to agree better, though, I would argue. I think the MAGA groups better at, like, deciding and agreeing more effectively. They're more centralized, I would say. They're not homogenous, but they seem to pick points and actually push them through. Whereas the left is a lot more divided. If you can, I don't even know if you, Democrats are left relative to the Republicans, but they're not left wing, they're like center left. Although it would be wrong to claim that all the organizations and groups forming these movements explicitly support the US aspiration to restore its global hegemony, picture changes when we look at their main donors. Main driver behind No Kings is this thing, 7.1661 million from Soros' Open Society, repeatedly taking credit for coordinating actions, providing toolkits, training, coordination, strategic messaging. An even larger source of funding comes from the opaque Arabella Advisors, Tides Foundation, major progressive funding machines that obscure original funding sources. Gates Foundation, all been named as documented donors. Like fucking, Rockefeller, like billionaires, right? It's just competition between elites, obviously. That's what this article is saying. It's pretty obvious. MAGA's main financial backers hail from the same billionaire class, primarily from technology, cryptocurrency, finance and energy sectors. And pro-Israel donors. Both billionaire factions seek to defend and preserve elite class power and US hegemony. The liberals insist on painting it in rainbow colors and attaching a glossy label, peppered with fuzzy words and virtuous slogans such as inclusivity, democracy, rules-based international order. They all say this shit, bro. The rhetoric changes, the material interests do not. By sponsoring opposing movements, the elites ensure that indignation is released and controlled by us, this is right, rather than coalescing into a cross-ideological challenge to class hegemony. Meanwhile, the culture war keeps the public divided and invested in the spectacle. It's all bullshit. Gotta use the bathroom. Bro. By sponsoring opposing movements, elites ensure that indignation is released in controlled bursts. It's like a pressure release valve. Rather than coalescing, which is like coming together. Growing fuse. Into a cross-ideological challenge to class hegemony. Class hegemony. Meanwhile, the culture war keeps the public divided and invested in the spectacle. Do not doubt the sincerity of ordinary Americans who join the liberal, progressive, nationalist, populist movements. Doubt they are fully cognizant, knowing the objectives of those who fund their organizational infrastructure that enables, coordinates, and sustains their activities national and international levels. What appears as spontaneous global solidarity is often the result of carefully cultivated transnational structures working in parallel to advance the strategic interests of their respective elite backers. Okay. This music seems really loud for some reason. Movements like No Kings and MAGA serve as a controlled environment where genuine political energy can be released, channeled, and neutralized when no longer useful. And we already see signs that MAGA has outlived its usefulness and needs to be rebooted after its base became disillusioned with Trump administration. May be quietly retired or reformed while a new outlet is prepared for the next cycle of discontent. One could argue that these movements are designed with built-in obsolescence, much like the majority of consumer products nowadays. Thrive on hype, branding, temporary catalysts, but lack the analytical foundation that could give them real staying power, a coherent theory of how power is actually produced and reproduced, an understanding of the class and production relations that sustain elite hegemony, and the continuity of the bipartisan imperial project. Their energy is almost entirely affective and symbolic. Performance of moral purity. The result is politics of perpetual novelty and exhaustion. They are symbolic. Yeah, how could the protests not be symbolic? They're always like big and loud, but they don't achieve anything. They might as well be symbolic. Because it's like, oh, we need to, be obvious. But then they don't actually achieve anything. Both MAGA and No Kings are tightly bound to Donald Trump's personal brand and persona. Trump for one, anti-Trump outrage for the other. That's how it is, right? You're either pro-Trump, you're anti-Trump, and that's what it comes down to for PayPal. It's fucking stupid. It is precisely this obsessive fixation on a figurehead that will make them fizzle out. That's right. What happens when he isn't president anymore? Right? They think, oh, he's gonna rig it. He's gonna go Trump 2028. Yeah, what happens if that doesn't happen though? Is there gonna be some victory? I honestly think retarded people honestly think that if Trump goes away, everything gets better. It's fucking stupid. Like, that's not going to happen. They think, oh, if a Democrat wins, it'll get better. We just had Joe Biden. Do you not remember? We just had Joe Biden. What did he do? Fuck all. He did nothing. He was a terrible leader. It was a fucking joke. We just had Joe Biden. In fact, if they hadn't have had Joe Biden, we wouldn't even have Trump now, because he would have lost. Encouraged by a media, and that's beside the point, because they're all part of the same group anyway, more or less. If you actually look at the big picture issue of economic class, they're part of the same elite. Encouraged by a media ecosystem that infantilizes political discourse and fetishizes personality, the public confuses the man with the root of all that is wrong with the country. This is like what Jacinda Ardern was to people, bro. People thought, oh, Jacinda Ardern is this terrible person. She's this awful leader, and she's just the face of a party who elected her, right? It's fucking stupid. Like, I know that if National got rid of Christopher Luxon, you just get another Christopher Luxon in another form. Wouldn't make a difference. It wouldn't change anything. That's why, like, people thought, like, if you just got rid of them, then everything would change. Actually, it wouldn't change, because that's not how these systems work these days. They're kind of decentralized. Spread throughout all the elites. Many would be all too happy to replace him with a candidate marked as his perfect antithesis, just as Barack Obama was presented as enlightened, multilateral, hope and change antidote to George W. Bush. Obama ran explicitly against the Bush legacy, Iraq War, Afghanistan, unilateralism, cowboy diplomacy, Guantanamo, and the erosion of America's global image. He promised a smarter, more collaborative foreign policy, rooted in diplomacy and restraint. While the branding worked, the continuity was hard to miss, because he kept doing the same things. And people ignore, under Joe Biden and under Obama, stuff like ICE and, the deportation of immigrants for one issue, of illegal migrants. That was still happening. And they only focus on it when Trump's doing it. They ignore the fact that both sides do the same thing, more or less. Obama preserved the core architecture of the post-9/11 surveillance state and the commitment to American primacy. He escalated the drone program and authorized roughly 10 times more strikes than Bush. Color revolutions and regime change operations were ramped up. Iran, Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, Yemen, Syria, a whole bunch of other countries. As a result, 4 countries remain mired in chaos, war, or both. One is Ukraine. We should not forget that the strategic foundation for Washington's confrontational stance toward China was laid by Barack Obama. His pivot to Asia marked a shift in U.S. strategy. It identified China's rise as a central long-term challenge to American dominance. This is what they care about, right? The domination of their country over all others. It's what the Americans want. Fast forward to Trump 2.0. Since China cannot be contained directly, Washington has opted for an indirect containment, destabilizing. Yeah, this is exactly it. That's really good insight. Destabilizing the global economic order on which Chinese growth depends. That's exactly what they're doing, right? They ruin global trade for China so that they can't grow as much, which keeps the US in its dominant position. Instead of improving their own country, they just make it worse for their competitors. Destabilizing the global economic order on which Chinese growth depends. That's right. Any conflict or crisis capable of tipping Asia or Europe into recession effectively pulls the rug from under Chinese manufacturing. China's growth slows, its factories idle, and its workers suffer. Not because China itself is attacked, but because the global economy that sustains it is set on fire. That is the logic of containment through chaos. By focusing on Trump as the source of all evil, US progressive movements commit a common error known in semiotics as indexical inversion. An index is a sign casually linked causally, like cause, linked to its object. Smoke to fire, favor to an infection, yet public habit mistakes the favor for the disease, treating it as the cause rather than the symptom of a deeper illness. This error is one of the reasons these movements can be easily switched off as soon as a more presentable democratic leader is elected. That's what I said. This is what I said at the start of the article, because most of the people protesting in No Kings would go home immediately and stop protesting if they had Kamala Harris had won. If they put Kamala Harris in instead of Trump, vast majority of the protesters aren't protesting anymore. That's how fucking useless it is. Trump is not an aberration, a deviation from the system. He is the system finally becoming visible in all its self-undermining contradictions. Trump is late-stage capitalism's own schizophrenic process made flesh. He embodies the contradictions of financial capitalism and performs them at max volume and speed. It's the purest expression of the advanced decay of American capitalism. In him, all the most short-sighted, parasitic, and rotten features appear magnified and grotesque, but you won't fix the problem by simply removing and replacing them, which would be the equivalent of taking Panadol to treat an infection. Trump accelerates the breaking down of established rules and norms and structures because Washington no longer benefits from them. That's exactly right. Right? The rules don't work for them anymore, so they just don't do them anymore. In an era of multipolarity, the US cannot maintain its sole position as the world's dominant power, so it defaults to chaos in the hope of preventing any coherent challenges to its hegemony from emerging. That's what they do, right? Meanwhile, its parasitic elites are still able to extract dividends from the disorder. Chaos creates lucrative opportunities for selected American interests. Disruptions in energy markets drive up oil and gas prices, which directly benefits U.S. energy exporters. Perpetual conflict sustains the military-industrial complex through massive defense budgets, lucrative arms sales, and highly profitable contracts for private military and security firms. After the chaos subsides, stabilization and reconstruction efforts typically open the doors to IMF and World Bank loans, privatization deals, large-scale infrastructure contracts. Although in this case it might not happen, as other lenders may step in. In the past, global investors tended to rush to US treasuries as a safe haven in time of crisis, which is ironic because they're usually the ones actually creating the issues. The mechanism is no longer as automatic as it once was. They still value treasuries' liquidity in the very short term, but long-term demand is being tested by concerns over US debt, inflation pass-through, and geopolitical blowbacks. This approach is ultimately self-undermining. It erodes America's soft power, accelerates de-dollarization efforts, and there is no guarantee that other powers won't benefit more from this unraveling of international rules than the US if its proponents see it as necessary creative destruction. It is because there are not enough resources to enforce order. If its proponents see it as necessary creative destruction, it is because there are not enough. Okay. Threats, aggression, and chaos are the only modus operandi that still yields dividends in the context of deep and intractable systemic problems caused by the US structural decline. Right. Going back to relying on fear and volatility. For decades, the United States enforced an international order that reflected its own interests while presenting itself as a guarantor of democracy, security, and the rule of law. Not anymore. Post-1945 institutional architecture, Bretton Woods system, United Nations, NATO, a network of bilateral alliances across Asia and the Middle East was designed to lock in American primacy under a veneer of universal norms. Exactly, right? We've had American domination, but they call it like universal law that everyone just happens to agree with, and it coincidentally is like American dominated. The United States wrote the rules, policed their enforcement, and reserved the right to exempt itself whenever convenient. Yet as long as the system delivered stability and relative predictability, most states tolerated its hypocrisy. That era is over. The erosion of the US economic dominance, the rise of rival powers, notably China, and the accumulated resentment of decades of unilateral interventions have rendered the old order unworkable. Washington can no longer sustain the costly infrastructure of global hegemony, the bases, the alliances, foreign aid packages, the endless wars, but it has not yet accepted the transition to a genuinely multipolar or multiplex world. Trapped between decline and denial, Washington has chosen the strategy of disruption. While this strategy is self-undermining in the long run, because it erodes trust in the dollar and drives the very multipolarity that Washington seeks to prevent. In the short to medium term, it is devastatingly effective. Trump hasn't single-handedly destroyed America's international standing. Its erosion was already underway and evident to anyone who cared to pay attention. What may surprise you is the speed and scale of collapse. This guy argues the world is moving toward a multiplex rather than a multipolarity. This is a more complex system involving multiple actors, great powers, regional organizations, corporations, and non-state players. In this world, Washington can still destroy through military action or sanctions, but it can no longer build or sustain a stable international order. As the current war against Iran is further damaging trust in American leadership, even among so-called allies, it shouldn't come as a surprise that many countries, especially in the global south, are adapting by reducing their dependence on the US. What we're seeing is a chaotic management style of the Trump administration. In it is the signature of a system whose sole remaining business model is selling deck chair tickets on the Titanic. Financial capitalism in its late stage no longer resolves contradictions, it multiplies them, internalizes them, and finally performs them as some kind of theater. What is this? Like horror theater. The result is a derangement, not as incidental dysfunction, but the system's default operating mode. At the personal level, this derangement takes the form of a leader who cannot afford coherence. The finances, ethos, maximize returns, disregard friction, becomes a governing philosophy. Contradictions that would paralyze statesmen become opportunities for transactional improvisation. gotta use the bathroom again. Truth and dilemma. Okay, one day Trump extols the virtues of strong dollar, the symbol of American dominance. The next day he furiously attacks the strong dollar for crushing US exports and killing American jobs. Incoherent, contradictory, sure. But the charge of incoherence misses the point. The contradiction is not a bug in Trump's messaging. It is the logic of the hedge, not the logic of the plan. Traditional economic policy assumes a coherent sense of goals pursued through consistent instruments. Financialized logic, by contrast, thrives on volatility and profits from both directions of a move. A hedge fund does not need the market to go up or down. It needs the market to move, and to move unpredictably, so that its constructed portfolio of long and short positions extracts value from uncertainty. Yeah, okay. Trump governs the same way. He does not resolve the tensions in the US economy, he amplifies them. Strong dollar one day, weak dollar the next, tariff on China, then a deal with China, oil price chaos, threats to allies and embraces. The message is not the medium, the volatility is the message. What appears as incoherence is, from the standpoint of financialized power, a strategy of extracting optionality. By refusing to commit to any single position, Trump preserves the ability to claim credit regardless of which direction the economy moves. If the dollar strengthens, he can take credit for projecting American power. If it weakens, he can claim victory for American workers. The hedge protects him from accountability while maximizing his political flexibility. But there is a deeper logic at work that extends beyond Trump's personal style. The US economy has become so thoroughly financialized, dominated by rent extraction, asset price inflation, and speculative flows rather than productive investment, that the old industrial era certainties no longer apply. Tragedy is that this approach forecloses any possibility of coherent industrial policy, stable trade regime, or a predictable international posture. And while the financialized elite extract value, the productive economy that actually makes things and employs people slowly atrophies. This is like what New Zealand is like, bro. What did he say? Rent extraction, asset price inflation, like housing, which just continuously goes up in price, and speculation, rather than productive investment. So they're not actually building things or making things or being productive and useful in this economy most of the time. It's just, what was it? Rents, asset price, speculation. Coalition of political, economic, and financial interests that backs Trump is a portfolio of contradictory bets. His personal incoherence reflects a systemic incoherence. Okay. So the leadership's incoherence is a reflection of systemic incoherence. This coalition cannot hold back the tide of change reshaping the global order. What it can do is exploit and monetize the remnants of that old order through a transactional, unilateral, and brazen style of foreign policy. Such an approach reflects a recognition that the post-war institutional framework no longer delivers the same advantages for the United States as other powers. China, above all, holds stronger cards. Yeah. Coalition is distinctly hybrid formation. While its hybrid character has proven electorally strong, it lacks the internal coherence necessary to generate a stable, long-term hegemonic project. Instead, it is riddled with deep, unsolvable contradictions and colliding interests that render it inherently sterile, as most hybrids tend to be. Its main feature is opportunism, a tactical alliance formed around shared short-term goals such as tax cuts, deregulation, favorable government contracts, tariffs that protect domestic industry, reduced oversight, hostility to woke institutions, and opposition to the old liberal order. However, the deeper strategic visions of these factions are fundamentally incompatible, and that is even before we factor the toxic influence of the Make Israel Great Again faction. Trump co-opted and leveraged deep domestic grievances caused by globalization and inequality and the failures of liberal institutions. By the 2010s, American capitalism was already in a deep crisis. Decades of neoliberal globalization had produced massive deindustrialization. That's true. That's what it's done. This country used to have industry, now it doesn't, because of globalization. Extreme inequality, the loss of well-paid manufacturing jobs, opioid epidemic, stagnant wages for the majority, and the profound loss of trust. Large segments of the population experience this as betrayal by the liberal elite. These grievances were real and potentially explosive. Trump, the demagogue, claimed to speak for the forgotten men and women, attacked the corrupt elite, denounced globalization and free trade deals, promised to restore American greatness. He redirected the subversive energy of popular discontent into his political project, ensuring it would not challenge the interests and power of his main donors. Social conservatives got culture war wins, while working class voters got scapegoats, immigrants, China. Corporations on Wall Street got tax cuts and deregulation. AI and high-tech sector received a highly favorable policy package. Zionist lobby received carte blanche for Israel to genocide Palestinians with impunity and attack the axis of resistance. And the military-industrial complex. Gee, don't stand on my phone. Received the largest post-World War II military budget. This compensatory narrative secured Trump's re-election, winning millions of votes from the conservative base. Revolves around a cluster. This is a long article, bro. Powerful science, a nation, the strongman, the family, and the border, right? Drawing on these people's schizoanalysis. What does that mean? What does he mean when he says that? Argue that Trump is both... No, G-Bub, you can't go on the desk. The one who lets the flows run wild, and the paranoiac, the one who tries to nail them back down under the despotic signifier of America. Movements that oppose or support him are locked in a mirror dance until people break free of this reactive mirroring and start organizing around the material conditions that produced Trump. They will remain trapped in the same paranoid, schizoid machine, forever chasing a red herring, while the real work of building an equitable system goes undone. Unlike the elites who profit from volatility, ordinary people have no hedge portfolio, whether they live at the periphery, the rotten core of the empire, that bear the brunt of Washington's pursuit of hegemony through chaos. That was a pretty good article. Hello, G-Bub. Hey, don't sit on my phone. Hey, don't step on my phone, G-Bub. Stop. Don't step on my phone. Try playing a match of Fortnite just to break it up. What are the following reasons you played Fortnite today? That it is new. What? What do you mean that it is new? Play with my friends. None of those. Even if I can actually play the game, even. What should I get for food? If all these walls could talk. I'm tired. Surprised I was able to make it through that article. I usually find reading long articles really hard. But that kind of made sense to me, so... That's... Since I've had chronic fatigue syndrome, it's like reading's fucking difficult. Food is so expensive, honestly. Bro, what? Okay, this is interesting so far. Um, it's talking about how countries have differences and stuff. Fascinating, different, very sad to say, progressively hidden, happily not destroyed, layers of plastic homogeneity. Like, one example, there's no doubt that the current currency situation in Europe is more economically efficient. In banal bookkeeping terms, it's true that I can draw euros out of a machine close to where I live and spend them in Portugal or Italy. It's also true that when I first travelled abroad, there were limitations on how much money you could take out of the country. You had to order it in advance. But, there was always a but. In the old days, money was a tangible symbol, a collective identity, and governments would put a lot of effort into designing spectacular-looking banknotes representing it. This is the background of one of the best recent French films, which recounts the story of how its eponymous hero fooled the French authorities for over a decade with beautiful handmade copies of French banknotes, themselves works of art and the original. It was that which made me remember how physical and tactile money once was, and how specific to places and times. Inconvenient to carry different currencies in your wallet, certainly, but it did remind you were somewhere different. By contrast, I have difficulty remembering even what a €10 banknote actually looks like, so I went to have a look, I report that it's dirty brownish pink and white, with abstract design on one side, kind of entrance on the other. Must have handled a massive number of them in the last 25 years, but hey, they and other Euro notes have left literally no impression on me. Yeah, that's... And they say exactly what I was about to say. It's deliberate. Of course, it's on purpose. They're not supposed to leave an impact. It's supposed to be, like, as vague as possible so that it can apply to all of Europe. This was deliberate, of course. During the run-up to the Euro, there were various proposals for more interesting names for designs that at least nodded to the enormous depth and variety. All they have on them is, like, fucking pictures of architecture. The enormous depth and variety. It's like Europeans are like actively trying to erase their own culture. It's like, why are they doing that? It's absurd. Like, European culture becomes everyone's culture and then they erase their own culture. It's weird. Why do they do that? They become homogenous and stuff. At the very least nodded to the enormous depth and variety of European culture and history. All were rejected in favor of bland, anonymous name and designs that look like they portray somewhere on Mars. The whole idea was precisely to design something without an identity, something out of nowhere, as part of the creation of a bloodless, anonymous, economically efficient, post-national Europe. But why should anybody want to do that? What's the point of this article? I don't know, they're just talking about stuff. Touched on history before. Since history isn't the main concern, I'll pass over it lightly, but let's just say that what we see today is the cumulative results of several centuries of glorification of the individual, and the associated change from seeing the individual as a member of society to seeing society itself as having no particular characteristics, just like the Euro notes, but only a collection of individuals happening to coincide temporarily in time and place. Thus, there is thus no collective identity or history for banknotes, for example, to express. We are now in what you could call the decadent phase of this process, and we are beginning to see more and more the disadvantages and dangers of it. It must surely be true that the individual only became possible once societies had reached a stage of complexity. If you were a yak herder, farmer's wife, or hunter on the steppes, then your life would be pretty similar to the lives of generations before you and lives of generations to come. You might be A, son of B, son of C from the village of D, and that was it. The individual, insofar as he or she existed, was disaggregated from the whole. We can see the heritage of this even today in societies fewer generations removed from the land, where people still identify with a larger group. A Japanese businessman would introduce themselves, in Japanese anyway, with a formula such as company name, department, rank, family name, which is helpful to the other person who then understands the status and points of reference of the person introducing themselves. In theory, royalty, priestly castes, or even merchants and traders could have more of a personal identity in those days, but at least in early societies there's a lot of evidence that their lives were largely governed just as much, if not more, by ritual and tradition. Even when the towns developed, the apprenticeship system and family traditions meant that you would pursue very much the life of your father if you were a man, even more your mother for women. Individuals were largely marginal figures. I don't know who that is. Only when urban life became sufficiently complex. What's the point of this article? Is it just social conservatism or something? Like, individualism's bad, collectivism's good? I don't know. Only when urban life became sufficiently complex was there any point in most people even trying to live individual lives with a world of more choices than just farming, religious order, or a tradesman of some kind. We see the beginning of the growth of an urban middle class with its own individualistic outlook on life and its theories. The key text, of course, is Hobbes' Leviathan, whose famous front piece shows critically not a stable society organized in some hierarchy, but an anarchic collection of individuals needing their containing body, the Leviathan, to control them by force, to prevent the disintegration of society. You can consider certainly the greater emphasis on the individual over the last few centuries. It's both inevitable and right. The liberties that were being sought, such as freedom of belief and speech, were non-negligible, even if they were essentially for elites. The final result, as I've discussed on a number of occasions, was the alienation of the freshly minted individual from their society, their community, their history, their identity, and their eviction from a world that made sense, where everything was connected, to a world where official doctrine said that nothing was connected, and the individual was just a microscopic speck lost somewhere in a meaningless universe. Yeah, that's true. Yet we are told that we are free as never before. And okay, let's talk about you can be transgender. I think this is just a social conservatism article. No one's commented on it. So I don't even know what it's... They say... Where is this in the article? Let me go for this. Oh, it's right there. In this decadent stage of the dogma of individualism, people are being reimagined as theoretically sovereign individuals, but who lack the power to actually change anything, determine anything important in their lives. Corollary of this, of course, is that if anything goes wrong, that's what I said when I read this. It's still your responsibility. If things go wrong, it's still your responsibility. Everything's still your responsibility at the same time. If anything goes wrong, it's the fault of the individual. We create our own reality, it appears. If we can be anything we want to be just by wishing, then it's obvious that the poverty and unemployment we suffer are our own creations, and this is what people believe. Consequently, the days when the state was actually expected to make the lives of its citizens easier and better and look after them have long gone. These days your teacher is an electronic tablet if you can afford one, your doctor is an AI chatbot. I don't know if that's exactly how it is at this point, but... Used to be a process called growing up, but it's many years since I had the time used of children in the West. The idea that you gain maturity through testing yourself against the limits imposed by your family and society. You learn to distinguish between what you could change and influence, what you couldn't, what you would emerge, at least in theory, a more rounded person, having become an individual in something like the Jungian sense, a member of society but still yourself. In turn, the creation of your own identity would involve selective allegiance to or identification with larger groups, ranging from the church and the scouts to political lobbies, hobbyist circles, even football clubs. Officially, at least, the world has changed completely. The child, for example, is at the center of a non-hierarchical education system. Everything must be done to benignly promote and defend their independence and individuality. Children are encouraged to be themselves and express themselves in defiance of the recognized truth that children of school age don't have selves to express, develop personalities mid-20s. Okay, I don't know if that's accurate. Trying on ideas, personalities for size until you find your way. Children these days have less freedom, so less chance to develop their identity than their parents, much less than their grandparents. Corollary of hyper-individualism is distrust and suspicion of others, so children must be protected, monitored, only exposed to the right influences, taught from an early age to respect a series of incoherent liberal norms about society. Except, of course, that they also have access to the internet, which, respecting the gospel of individualism and freedom of creative choice, as well as freedom to make lots of money, turned into intellectual moral sewer from which literally anything can be dug out. What's the point of this article? Is it just social conservatism? Yeah, I don't see what the point of this article is. It's just social critique. I don't like it as much as the other one. The other one's much more interesting. Anyway, this one was good. People are just absurd, bro. Like, some of the people on this subreddit are Marxists, and then kind of a bunch of the rest of them are just contrarians, contrarians who don't like the current system. And so, like, to them, like, even going backwards is better than staying the same. Which is what these socially conservative articles are about. They're basically saying, oh, we should just put things back to the way they used to be. Fucking stupid. People write total bullshit and become successful authors off of it. It's absurd. Successful authors and popular intellectuals and shit. Like, that's the problem where you get a bunch of right-wingers on this subreddit. Because this article, what is this actually? This is just, it's just social conservatism. Like, this is a good quote, but the rest of the article's just social conservatism. That's not, like, Marxism or anything that's actually forward-moving. It's like, oh, you know, back in the good old days, wouldn't it be good if we had the good old days again? No, like, that's not the point, you idiots. The fuck? It's people who align themselves with social conservatives and contrarians. It's fucking stupid. It's like, oh, a broken clock is right twice a day. It's fucking stupid. Slow clock is wrong all the time. Nah, I assume people on the subreddit hate this guy. That's what I assume. Bro, he's always said stuff like this. They just don't like him because it's popular to not like him because he's popular. If popular sphere says this is good, contrarian sphere says it's bad. He is a champagne socialist, but honestly. Like, it's because he is an elitist. He's a millionaire, bro. What do they expect? He's a millionaire. This is totally irrelevant, honestly. This is just social conservatism. Who cares, bro? Honestly. Why is she still around, bro? This lady still in politics. What for? Who's voting for these people, bro? Honestly. What do they vote? Is he different? Deloitte alumnus. Nothing's changing, bro. So many people are just different Edpol and they're not actually anti. The point of being anti-Edpol is that you're class first. So many of these people aren't actually class first. They just want to talk shit about sudden identity politics and replace it with other identity politics, which is fucking stupid. God, my ping's terrible. Gee, what are you doing? No, boo-boo, you can't have Doritos. Unfortunately, I think this article is mainly just pro-reactionism. And this is mainly just saying, oh, things used to be better in the past, as opposed to, you know, actual Marxist critique. They're gonna move that to true because being overweight is associated with consumption, consumerism, eating a lot, buying fast food all the time. That's like me, right? Because the drugs they put me on give me a massive appetite. It's crazy. This is considered acceptable, by the way. I have like health issues because of this, and the psychiatrist thinks it's totally acceptable. Totally acceptable. And it's totally the drugs I'm on because when I went off of them, my appetite went back to normal. And I lost heaps of weight over a short period. without exercising. I should have got tacos. Why did I get this fries and cheese? I don't even like this. I wish they just focus on Marxism instead of being contrarian reactionaries. How does this, like, they don't even relate stuff like this to class. Like, how does this relate to class? They don't relate it to class. He doesn't relate it to class at all. Doesn't even talk about it. Nobody's talking about class in the comments either. They're just saying, oh, that's stupid. It's literally Marxist critique. Where's the Marxism? In like more than half the articles, there's no Marxism. Yeah, that's the position that's always been it. What is hurt? Fuck off. The fuck is this? What the fuck? Let me jump! Oh my god, bro. This fucking lag is killing the game. Can't even play this shit, it's unbelievable. So bad. Oh my fucking god, this music is dog shit. Fucking opera is terrible. What's the alternative to like No Kings or something? Just grassroots organization. Nobody wants to protest though. Yeah, this is unplayable. It's too bad I'm so sick. That was a douche shot. What options do I have, honestly? Go out and protest during the day? Like, is that gonna change anything? No. Do something that gets me sent to jail? I don't know. Like, this situation sucks. This life sucks. Kept in, like, this slave-like position. Technically I'm free, but there's such a deprived, low-quality life. It's like, and what kind of freedom is us? Because I can't afford the things which could give me a better life, like transport and like experiences. Would people really choose this life of just like feeling sick all the time? And you just like go on the computer all day? I'd like to go into the city, but My only options are bus or Uber because I can't drive. And Uber's really expensive and the bus is terrible. Hard not to feel demoralized. I know that my feeling is genuine, but it's like, how could I even get other people who feel the same? I don't know anyone who feels the same. I'm surrounded by, petit bourgeois and reactionaries. People with pro-capitalist consciousness and people with false consciousness. That's all I'm surrounded by. What the fuck is it, Halloween? People in these games are just... I swear GTA Online exists as like a... for the poors to fight amongst themselves. And so that they don't, focus on the elites. On the bourgeoisie. I know Jazzmaster, he's a loser. He's a kid. Plays like shit. So what you need is like... What is up with the fucking lighting in this game? It looks weird. What you need is like a movement, because if you just do a terrorist act like a killing, you get a lot of attention, but they just demonize you and crack down. Like, I guess it increases contradictions like temporarily, but you need a movement long term. You just get a life sentence and then you go to jail forever. I used to love this game. It's so boring these days though. Yeah, it's obvious. Most poor people are like reactionaries. Like most poor people are leftists, unfortunately. In the West, most poor people are reactionaries. It's crazy. Like they've been captured by the elites with their false consciousness. Fuck is this people's problem? The guy just drove over me. Tell me, baby, what's the deal? If I were rich, I could just try all these experimental drugs and shit to make myself feel better. I could be able to get low-dose naltrexone, and instead I'm like not rich. And so I go to these doctors and they're like, no. I haven't actually asked, but I'm like fairly certain, because that's the kind of person my doctor is. Just doesn't want to try anything that's even slightly experimental. Because they don't get how bad it is, they don't understand at all. Most of the players in this game are poor, working class, but they're also virtually all reactionaries. They're virtually all backwards, social conservative, pro-capitalists. Like, the lumpen culture has reached them. Like, this is like lumpen culture where the lumpens are actually pro-capitalist in this game. They're not even anti-capitalists. Like, the social conservatives, reactionaries, and like far-right kind of people. I know, because I was really into this and was interacting with people all the time a couple months ago. Where do you even find other working class people that aren't like totally plagued by false consciousness? How do you convince them otherwise as well? How do you convince them out of false consciousness? Because these retarded fucking people will be like, oh, yo, being poor sucks, but it's all immigrants' fault. You fucking retard. That's like the most common deflection that the capitalists come up with. Just blame immigrants. On the right, that's what they do. They just blame immigrants. It's fucking stupid. It's the right-wing equivalent of just blaming white people for everything, right? It's fucking stupid. It ignores the blatant reality, which is that immigrants and poor people have a lot in common with each other. There is a degree of them increasing immigration to undermine workers, but that's not the main issue. The main issue is the capitalist system and the inequality it creates. They don't recognize that. This is boring. I need a way to connect with people, bro. Cause this is like, I'm too isolated and disconnected. How am I supposed to organize and agitate if I don't even have a group of people backing me up? I'll just be an individual, like a terrorist. They can call you, if you're just an individual, they can just call you a terrorist. Crack down on you, silence you, and then, they just make the laws stricter. It doesn't work. I thought he was in a plane. I'm too isolated to create something meaningful. What the fuck happened to me? Did someone kill me? Why is there a guy in my car, bro? Who's shooting at me? It's not a police officer. Tired. This music sucks. Whoops. Okay. Like, for me, it's not that I don't want to work, it's that no occupation would hire me for what I can actually do reliably. So I'm unemployed, right? I choose not to work, like I do streaming and stuff, which isn't really labor, but it's kind of labor. I could just lie in bed all day instead. And unemployed can be defined as those actually looking for work, and the relative surplus population also includes people unable to work. Okay. Criminality, which is lumpen proletariat. Yep. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that GTA is such a lumpen proletariat culture. It's kind of the point of the game. Like, that's kind of the point of the game, is committing crimes and getting wealthy by doing that. It's not really surprising that the culture of the game itself is very lumpen. And that, I mean, that the culture of the people playing the game is very lumpen, which it is. It's a very lumpen culture. Even though that they're workers, they act like lumpens because this is the kind of game that they play. Stagnant party consists of marginalized people with extremely irregular employment. Stagnant poles characterized by below average pay. Dangerous working conditions, and they may be temporary. People who used to have jobs but are now out of work. Hope that their employment is temporary. Unemployment is temporary. But they could fall into the stagnant pole. Or the pauper class. Because they're still able to work. Orphans and pauper children, demoralized and ragged, are unable to work. And that's kind of me. I'm unable to get a job that can actually fucking employ me and pay me a wage because of how limited my physical and mental capabilities are. You see, this is the thing. It's like, I'm sure they could create a form of job for me. They just don't want to. Because I'm not needed. They don't need people with my low level of ability. They just hire someone from a third world country and pay them nothing to do it. Like, that's how it works, right? Like, I couldn't get a job even if I wanted one. That's how it is. And, like, if I want a job, I can't do any of them. Because they don't make jobs for people like me. People who've got sickness like I have are just left out. And that means being paid less than half the lowest full-time worker gets. And you have to struggle all the time with the sickness. It's fucking awful. Keeps a buffer of people outside work, which pressures wages downward. Defines who is productive / unproductive. Reinforces discipline, right? Offloads costs onto families or the state. Yeah, that's me. Like, no one will buy the labor that I can produce. I can't sell labor. That's why I'm left out. People like me can't sell our labor. Can't sell the labor that we can do. Because you can just find millions of other people to do it cheaper than me. Healthy people from overseas can do it cheaper. It's too much competition. Can't compete. Because people think like, oh, being a lumpen's like the only other option if you're poor or can't walk. People think like resorting to crime is like all you've got left. Just makes things worse. I mean, I would say that this is true, at least for me. I seem to be a lot more critical than most people are. Um, come on. Why is the sky like this? This is some event or something. I was gonna say, is it gone away? No, it's still here. What is this? Is it gone? Oh, might have gone. That was weird. I honestly think a lot of poor people have still got, like, their lives seem better than having chronic illness, honestly. Having chronic illness but having some money is, like, worse than not having chronic illness and having nothing. Having, not nothing, but little money. I don't know, but, like, even poor people who are healthy seem happier. That's true. And there's me, where I'm soon to be poor and I've got chronic illness. How fucking terrible. All I have is savings. That's all I've got. As soon as my savings have gone, I'm on low income. Really low income, well below minimum wage. It's crazy. It's just gonna get worse for me, and people like me, we're just gonna have worse, terrible, painful lives. I'm throwing up every day. I wake up tired, I go to bed tired, I'm fatigued all day. Mental capabilities are way worse. Physical capabilities, I can't exercise because it worsens fatigue profoundly in a way that can be permanent, like it has been recently. I've had permanent worsening. I used to be able to go out for walks multiple times a day. Now it's like once or twice maximum. Because I pushed too far, and I lost all that stuff that I'd built up, all that resistance that I'd built up. I lost it. Sickness from hell, bro. ME/CFS needs to be banished from existence. It's actually sickness from hell. The harder you try to fix it, the worse it gets. It's insane. It's like the opposite of everything. It's fucking anti-life sickness. It's totally opposed to being alive, this sickness. It's like it makes you... It's like it wants you to kill yourself, you know? ME/CFS wants for death, and that's it. Death and a painful life, and that's it. But it doesn't even kill you. Just gives you a really painful, terrible life. And then on top of that, got this fucking medication which also ruins so many aspects of my life in so many ways. And that is forced by the state. That is actually not treating anything. It's only making everything worse. And that is forced by the state because of their corrupt health workers, corrupt psychiatrists, corrupt judges. Totally impossible. I'm being totally fucked over. I've got already bad sickness, and then they fuck me over with this medication. It just makes everything worse. It's like that would be the easiest thing to change, honestly. I wish I could just go to some third world country and get the prescriptions that I want, get off the medication that I don't need, and just find basic work, enough to live off of, and do that. I wish I could just do that. I wish I had the option to do that. You know, go to Vietnam or someplace like that. You can just, or some third world country where you can go to the pharmacist and just get any medication that you want. So I could try stuff for the sickness I've got. For the physical stuff. that actually exists, as opposed to the mental stuff, which is just total bullshit that they've just made up. That they've forced me on medication for, but I can't get medication for the other physical stuff, which is just fucking absurd. Like, the amount of failure in the medical system is just insane. Absolutely insane. They force me to take drugs for something I don't have, which ruins my fucking health in many, many ways. And then at the same time, they refuse to give me medication for stuff that I do have, or to try any alternative stuff. It's fucking crazy. It's not even alternative, it's just off-label. If many patients are coming forward and saying this is helpful, why would you not allow someone to try that? It's insane. It's because the doctor they're ultra conservative and refuse to allow you to basically try anything. They don't want you to get better. They don't care if you get better. Their only concern is just being extremely conservative, which means not doing anything unless they absolutely have to. It's insane. fucking insane. They make you have to get a prescription for everything in countries like this. It's actually crazy. Even for things that are totally unharmful, you need a prescription for everything. Everything. And if your doctor doesn't want you to have it, which is common, then you can't get it. Can you buy it online in Australia? No. You gotta have a fucking script. Total bullshit. Shit is insane. Why is it not easier to get? Why do you have to go through a doctor? It should be like, you can get nicotine patches, but you can't, you can buy them over the counter, but you can't buy this. It's insane. Why do you have to go to a doctor for this? It's not even harmful. It's literally not even harmful. People say this helps with chronic fatigue syndrome. I wouldn't know because my doctor doesn't fucking allow anything. Won't even give me medication for gastroparesis, which I have diagnosed, and I'm throwing up every day, and he won't even give me actual medication for it. It's insane. It's what the gastroenterologist said, try some motility medications, and the doctor didn't even give me any. I've tried them before and they didn't work, but they could give me a higher dose or something. It's insane. They're not even trying. They don't even try. Like, they put no effort into it at all. It's fucking crazy. It's just books. It's not actual medication. Everything. Why is it a restricted product, though? Why is it a restricted product? Why? You have to go through the doctor for fucking everything. It's insane. You have to go through the doctor for literally everything. It's fucking crazy. That's gonna be my doctor refusing to give it to me. They're fucking useless, bro. These doctors are so bad. I hate this fucking life, bro. It's so bullshit. There's still no treatment for chronic fatigue syndrome. It doesn't exist yet. How? How is there no treatment? It's debilitating. It's fucking disabling illness which could possibly be treated, and yet no treatment exists. And you get people saying that something like low-dose naltrexone helps people with it, and the doctor won't even give it to you. Doctor won't even let you try it. Fucking insane. I hate this stupid life. It's impossible. It never gets better. The issues are always the same, or they always worsen. It's like, what do you do? Do I just kill myself and get it over with? You know, what's the point? Why even try when everything's against you all the time, no matter what? In every situation, everything is against you all the time, no matter what. There's nothing you can do to actually fix any of these issues because people just keep getting in the way and preventing them from being resolved. The doctors get in the way all the time. That's all they ever do is get in the way. They don't help. They don't make the issues better. They don't find solutions. They create problems and get in the way. That's all they've ever done the entire time. I've had to figure everything out myself. They haven't actually done anything except be useless and get in the way of proper treatment. They don't even know what proper treatment is. They literally don't even know what they're doing. They just make shit up and guess. You can find the information online and see them, like, struggling to fucking work their way through it. It's insane. They're, like, massively struggling to just treat these conditions that are treatable. Gastroparesis is a treatable condition, which I've had for 7 years. It's taken 7 years to get it diagnosed. I've had it the entire time. It's taken 7 years for them to diagnose it. Only because it's gotten worse. I already thought it was this back in 2020. Literally. I thought it was gastroparesis in 2020, but I couldn't get it diagnosed because you had to do this and you had to do that to get all this testing done. I haven't even had the proper testing done. They've just decided that I probably have it. It's fucking crazy. And now I can't, it's like, am I even able to take the medication for it that's supposed to treat it or help manage it? They don't take it seriously at all. I'm throwing up multiple times a day, every single day, and they don't give a shit. They know exactly what causes it. They know what causes it. They have medications available designed to treat it, and they won't even give them to me. It's insane. What are they doing? How is this the process? It's fucking crazy. These doctors are so extremely incompetent, it's insane. How can you be this incompetent, literally? How can you be this incapable of dealing with extremely obvious issues? It's fucking crazy. And I can't even just buy it myself because you need a, oh, you always need a prescription. You absolutely always need a prescription. I don't even have the diabetic form. It's always prescription only. Typically for short durations. I need to take something long term. This country's fucked. All of these issues are just... They have possible options, which I'm not allowed. I'm literally not allowed to fucking go through with them because the doctors get in the way and say, oh, I don't want to do that. The doctors say they don't want to do it, and so it doesn't get done. That's been the case the entire time I've had these issues. At the same time, like, every fucking person who's supposed to actually listen to me and negotiate, they don't do that. The doctors are all ultra conservative, including the psychiatrists. They're all ultra conservative. That means that the psychiatrist will always force you onto the drugs, always force you to take them, with no negotiations on that. It also means that they won't treat any side effects of the drugs. They won't allow them to be treated, except with other psychiatric medications, which is all they ever prescribe people for anything, is mental illness medications. That's all they do. It also means that the general practice doctors, who are ultra conservative, refuse to allow me to try anything, even stuff that is made to treat what I've got. They won't allow anything experimental. They don't take anything seriously. They won't even give me stuff for what I have diagnosed and medication that is made to treat that. They won't even give me that. It's fucking crazy. It's insane. Like, they've changed nothing and they expect it to get better. How's it going to get better if nothing has changed? And it's remained the same the entire time. Like, I'm dealing with actually insane people, literally insane people, that refuse to negotiate on anything. The doctors won't negotiate with me. The psychiatrists won't negotiate either. Doctors won't let me try things for ME/CFS, won't give me medication for gastroparesis, and the psychiatrist won't negotiate with me on the medication I'm on to allow me to go off of it. Also won't treat things that are being caused by the medication as side effects. It's insane. Why does it say there's a comment? There's no comment. Sick of this fucking life, bro. And what do I do? What am I supposed to do with this fucking hellish situation that I'm in? I've got all of these issues compounding on each other, right? Two of them can't be fixed because anything that could provide improvement is blocked by the doctor. The other one, the issue is being actively caused by the psychiatrist. It's insane. Like, nobody fucking cares. Everything is fucking stacked against me because the people who get in the way, who actually cause the issues, the issues are legally allowed to be caused, and the doctor is allowed to get in the way. The psychiatrist is allowed to cause these problems because they're given the legal right to do so. And the doctor is allowed to block any improvement because, again, they have the legal right to do so. They have the legal right to deny giving you a prescription for something that's not even harmful to treat something that you actually have. On the one side of the equation, you got the doctor getting in the way of you treating physical stuff. And on the other side, you've got the psychiatrist forcing you to be treated for this totally bullshit mental condition that I don't have. So on the one hand, you're prevented from getting treatment for physical stuff, and on the other hand, you're forcibly treated in a harmful way for mental stuff that doesn't exist, that I don't have any symptoms for. On the one hand, I'm denied treatment that I do want, and on the other hand, I'm forced to be treated for things that I don't want, that I don't have. They probably have done it. It's what this New Zealand military is like, bro. They're so pro-Western, it's absurd. They're like, it's like a fundamental for these people. Why are they even there, honestly? Why is the New Zealand Air Force off the coast of China? What for? Why are they not in the South Pacific? It's fucking stupid. They're wannabe Americans, bro. New Zealand military are all wannabe Americans. It's insane. The whole leadership wishes they were the United States. It's fucking crazy. All the Western countries are like that. Especially the English-speaking ones. They all wish they were the United States. Monitored North Korean sanctions evasions. What a waste of resources. Who cares if they evade sanctions? It's fucking bullshit. North Korea shouldn't be sanctioned in the first place. It's only making things worse for them. It's absurd. What is this stupid, weird sky thing? It's terrible. It's kind of giving me, make my head hurt a little bit. If all that was good talk, I say sit down and shut the fuck up. Waiting for never. On the one hand, you deny drugs for things that you do have because the doctors are like conservative and they just don't allow you to have stuff. And on the other hand, you're forced to take drugs for something which you don't have, which further ruins your health, and you suffer both times over. You suffer both times. Doctors refuse to give me anything that could make me better. And then the psychiatrist forces me onto something that makes me worse. There's no one around. This is just boring. No one is in the city. Okay, there's one person. died. Just ran away. Just a lame lobby. It doesn't even say that. This guy's just being retarded. It doesn't even say that, you idiot. Fucking loser, you can't kill me with that. Total bullshit. I should have just blown him up, that would have been funnier. This sucks. I don't even like PvP, it's boring. There's anyone in a group immediately beats anyone one-on-one. Teaming is so lame. But people do it all the time. Anyway, this game sucks. What are they even doing, bro? She's probably in jail now. Fucking 420 event. Is that why it's so weird, the weather? Is it open or is it closed? get off for like a little bit. I'll be back on, but like 12 probably. I'll get off for like an hour or maybe 30 minutes for an hour. Go on my phone.